Was the sound effect loud? I was loud? Game volume? Sounds great. Something? Oh no, actually, oh hang on, I know. Let me get... I'm sorry. So that what you were hearing was that visual in the background. Apparently there's music that went with it. I can't hear it. Apparently when I play a video in the background like that, I'm so sorry. Apparently when I play a video in the background like that, there's like sound with it that I can't hear but you guys can, and I'm really sorry. Now we're back to just the 3DS music. I'm really sorry about that. I will take note of that and I will not let that happen again. Really sorry about that. Welcome to our first variety stream. That was it, starting things off with a literal bang. Sort of. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. That music was not supposed to be in there at all, but it wasn't coming through to my ears, only to you guys' ears. That's odd. In any case, welcome to another week of streams. We're kicking things off with something I've been thinking about doing for a little while now. I see Slaven just subbed. Thank you, Slaven. Cheers. Stream elements will pop it up in a minute. Thank you, thank you. Both Slaven and Parsec, thank you guys for the subs. It's very kind of you guys. Off to a great start. New stuff always has to be at least a little bit scuffed. This is why we don't play other games, it's true. I've been thinking for a little while about allowing some variety games onto the stream. The experience of doing the 12 days of Nintendo DS last December, and then the experience of doing Elden Ring this spring has convinced me that doing a little bit of variety might be kind of fun. I think the actual schedule for that I haven't really hammered in quite yet, but I think every couple weeks we might do something. Sometimes it might be my pick, and something that I'm kind of looking forward to. There we go. Thank you, Slaven. Cheers. Something that I'm kind of looking forward to is at least some of the time I'm thinking about letting it be you guys pick what we play on a variety Monday, or a more games Monday, or whatever we end up calling it. In any case, like I said, I'm sorry about that loud music. It really wasn't intentional. Just like it wasn't intentional to stream this game on the same night that Germa streamed it. But I went live and I went to pull up the stream on my phone and I went, oh! Germa's streaming it tonight. Which at least means I get to watch his VOD afterward and not be worried about spoilers. In any case, what we're going to be playing tonight. What we're going to be playing tonight is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I played the original version of this game like almost a decade ago when it came out. If you haven't played this game before, if you haven't seen this game before, it's something pretty special. Oh my goodness. Hi, Pelosa. Hi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Cheers. I hope you've been enjoying the streams. Is it that old? It came out in 2013, Neff, yeah. It's old. In any case, I'm gonna take a minute here. Give me just a moment. Just finished getting things set up here. Before we start, I want to go ahead and say hello to you guys. So, first off, like I said, thank you Pelosa, thank you Slaven, and thank you Parsec, all three of you guys for the subs. It's really kind of you guys. Cheers. Fun fact, you have the achievement for not playing for 8 years. I probably also have that achievement. I haven't checked. I don't really look at achievements on Steam very often. Welcome Zelda fan, welcome Gecko. Welcome Arcane and Sakura, it's good to see ya. Don't know what to think about the Ultra Deluxe version. So this is gonna be a different version from what I played almost 10 years ago. This game, it's a game that's kind of, I don't know, it's sort of hard to describe. We'll try and describe it as we go, but in any case, I'm not sure what they've changed from the original, aside just probably making it prettier. I haven't really learned much about this re-release before downloading it and choosing to stream it, because it was one of my favorites. It was one of my favorites back when I played it in high school, so figured we'd play it together and see what it's like. Kick off the variety streams on a hopefully good note, better than getting your ears blasted out by my Mac screensaver background. Welcome Uchi. I know Syphonia was here for a little bit. Welcome Remediable. Welcome to our man. I'm so sorry. I'm scrolling through the names. I'm seeing when the sound came on. I'm so sorry, you guys. Welcome, Biotech. Welcome, Game God. Welcome, Lucid Dreamer. Welcome, Nox. I know Nox is probably gone now, but have a good night, buddy. Oh, dear. Let me go ahead and open that shop up. There. Hopefully this should work now. Will I play horror games for Halloween? Probably not. Can you guys hear that? I can't hear that. Is that playing for you guys? No? Okay, hang on. I have to, it's stupid. I actually have to restart OBS for that to work. I know that sounds dumb, but OBS is weird about stuff like that. There. All right, hang on. We're gonna go ahead and switch over to the game now that I've gotten a chance to say hello to you guys. Oh, what a mess. Come on, you can do it. You can get the game. Hang on here. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're good. Let me go ahead and bring down the 3DS music. This is like one of my first times ever like setting up a game to play it for a night, and that's it. So bear with me. It's also my first time playing a game on mouse and keyboard in a while. Okay, can you guys hear that? Let's see. Looks like you guys can hear that. Now, I opened the game up earlier, and I saw that it asked this question: have you played the Stanley Parable before? I have, but I'm assuming not everybody has, so I'm going to say no, because I want to see what it would be like if you've never played it before. Or I don't know. I don't know what to answer here. You can play it with a gamepad. It's comfy. That's probably true. I do have a gamepad plugged in. Maybe we'll do that. Does your night coffee help you be energetic for stream, or is it just an enjoyable drink for you? Caffeine doesn't have that much of an effect on me. A little bit. I definitely notice when I don't have it, but it's less energetic and it just makes me feel a little bit more awake. That's all. Sometimes I get a little, I don't know, not drowsy, but a little low energy in the evening, and it helps out. Hello, Skyzer. Yeah, we're checking out the Stanley Parable tonight. I've played it a long time ago now, but it's been a while. I'm going to go ahead and say no, because it's been a while and because I know some people in chat might not have. All right, please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. This looks good on my screen. How does this look for you guys? There are dragons in this game? I don't know. There could be. I played the original like 10 years ago, but I haven't played since then. Please enter the current time. It is 10:17 p.m. Or is it looking for 24-hour time? The actual original or the standalone? The one on Steam. I know there was an older version that was like a mod. So not the actual original, correct. Mostly lurk, but when you saw the Stanley Parable, you just chatted. Well, cheers. Thanks for dropping by. I really enjoyed it in the past, which is, we don't usually do variety games. I'm looking to maybe do a few variety games, maybe 1 or 2 a month, just for a night. And I wanted to kick things off with this. What was the original mod of? I think Half-Life.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk.
This looks like the
telling
original
him what
cutscene.
buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not
Cheers, you
one
guys.
single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
See, the easy joke now is just like this guy just came to work on like the first day of lockdown. He's like, oh shoot, where is everybody? All right, let's see. We have subtitles on. Not many video settings, that's fine. Let me know at any point if I need to turn this stuff down or up, because I can do that for you guys. One-handed walking. Hold left and right mouse buttons to walk. Cool. Do I agree with you that this is an open world game? I don't know. Is this, I wonder if this is still based on Source. It probably is. The standalone version of this game that came out was based on Source.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Is there a crouch in this game? Oh, there is. It's control. I like my work. I just hate my boss. Can you bring up the console? Not with tilde. Hang on, I'm gonna make that left shift instead of control. Okay. Well, for anybody who hasn't seen this game before, I'm just gonna walk through the game and we're gonna follow the instructions.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside of you. Take it out passive. Oh. Using slides to assure employees that everything's okay. Make sure your slide is a slick blue graphic. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique, you most of all. Number of slides on this slide. Charts, charts and slides, slides. There's only one slide on that slide. Okay. How many of these are there? I thought that chair was my arm, and I was like, they added a body. Please no more charts, I'm begging. On your boss appreciation minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. It's a lot of parentheses. Okay, we're supposed to be following instructions.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
I am the most expensive boss. Sewage Lilies by Claude Money.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
That one didn't get up-resed, did it?
2845.
There's no keyboard here. Why does me pressing E make a keyboard
But
noise?
It turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in.
Sorry.
And the door just opened
Oh, cool.
by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Very dark. It's very dark. Like, almost unseeably dark.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I remember this game came out about the same around the same time as Portal. I guess it probably dates back to before that game came out, but it feels like it got really popular around the same time that Portal did. There was like a couple year stretch where there were like meta sort of puzzly games, both running on Source.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Wasn't Portal like 08? I guess that's true. The standalone version of this came out in 2013, but I'm not sure when the mod got developed. That's why I said that. Fired.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Hi, Monovelcos. Welcome, Frenchie. What's this game about? It's about a narrator. And following the story, or not. Congrats on destroying Millennia. That's awesome.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
This is a part of the game that always felt a bit unfinished before. So I'm curious if they changed anything. Well, we're supposed to dismantle something. A lot of the areas in this game feel very dark. We have to raise the brightness up a bit. Oh, right, we go in there into the power. Monovelcos, I haven't fought that one quite yet. That's the next boss in Elden Ring I have queued up, I think.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Did we win?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him.
Oh geez, it pauses when I alt-tab.
This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley
Hey Jack.
was happy.
Lesson learned, don't alt-tab during the ending. Love this game, me too. I don't know anything about the Ultra Deluxe version that came out recently, so we're playing it tonight. So for those of you who haven't played this game before, that's the game. Pretty short. I figured that after Elden Ring we'd need a break to play a short game for a little bit. No, but actually the game is you
were gone. What could it mean?
You go on
Stanley
through.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You go on through and you have lots of different opportunities to disobey or obey the narrator, and depending on what you choose to do, you get a bunch of different endings. So we're gonna go ahead and see what endings we can get, because apparently there are new ones that I haven't seen before. It's also been probably, I mean, I think I had Annie play this game at some point, and she was just like not into it. Not into it at all. She was like, well, what's the point? I beat the game.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I think this game makes less sense if you're not familiar with like video games. It's not like that tropey either, but I feel like you would not enjoy the kind of weird meta-ness of it if you hadn't already played a lot of video games.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Fuel.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
And mugs. Who farted?
At this point,
Number one dad.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
All right. They didn't leave because of my obsession with
He had enough
mugs.
of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone
Me?
you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
You'd like to meet the narrator? Mm-hmm.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
All right.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
So, I just had a funny thought looking around this kitchen. Like, this kitchen looks like a dump, right? There's like barely any counter space. There's like random tables and stuff in here. Annie and I moved into our apartment about a year ago, and there's like no cupboards, there's no countertops. It's like an old place that was like at some point it was updated a bit with like, it has appliances and like one bit of countertop, but not much. And so we had to like haphazardly like build our own like countertops and stuff. So like, this is actually rather relatable. We're just like, oh man, this kitchen just looks awful. It's just like awful, awful tables everywhere. Not actual kitchen furniture. Who would have a kitchen like that?
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Spend some time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Hello, Nico Gear.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be?
Oh.
Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
You're welcome, Path Losing Simulator.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Trip down memory lane. Yeah, I played this like around a decade ago when it came out too. Apparently there are new endings in this version they just released. I don't know. I don't know what the differences are. I'm listening to the narrator.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, Maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
I like their computer box. It's very rectangular. All right, let's go again.
His co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Completely forgot about that one. That's part of the fun, is like, I was just thinking about this, Sakura.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
There's probably some of these I don't remember anymore. Where like, we might do one, I'd be like, oh, I had almost forgotten about that one.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
We'll do the fan favorite in a minute. I have a few in mind that like I remember as really good ones, so I'm gonna try and pace those out.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Try going down this time. Fire hose.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours.
Is that true, you know?
Fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
This game is fun.
The story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better.
That's kind of screwed up.
Then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bedtime stories for your kids? No, not quite, huh?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make us... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is?
No.
No. I can't just give these merits away for such...
I don't care about those.
A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
I don't remember this, but I'm sure there's not a 417. I'm sure of it. Let's go find it. Also, I was about to say, I feel like some of the fun of this game is like that some parts of the narration either describing how Stanley feels or how the world is, or how, in that case, Mariella feels about Stanley, that it's kind of relatable, and it's kind of interesting having a video game talk in a way and speak in a way that's like kind of close to home, or at least sort of relatable like that. And then another fun part about this game is that there's idiotic stuff like this interspersed in between Stanley going mad.
Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Is that back here?
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
It's analyzing all aspects of being a video game? You think so? I don't know about all aspects. Some interesting aspects.
Now, back to door number 437.
All right, we're going. We're going.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
I'd forgotten about this one.
Okay, now go climb on employee
I can't do that.
419's desk.
I can't do that. Oh, I can.
Yes, this is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Let's go.
We've almost got it. Now the copy machine, do that one again.
I wish there was a sprint.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 430. Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
I hate Mondays. Hopefully you guys won't want this mug after we're done today.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. What a beautiful, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Best of luck, fish. Good luck or something? I don't know. I don't know if you need luck in this game. I think it's just a good time.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep. Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Is that a mail truck?
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Want to give this game to your dad and just watch? It is a game that, like, when I gave it to Annie to try out, I was very interested to see what she'd think of it. I think it is a game that will probably make less sense and be less funny for folks who haven't played a lot of games and don't understand when this game is like playing off of your expectations for video games. But I still think it's interesting watching people who haven't played games play it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Just imagine all the new endings they could have hidden
I'll
in
say
here.
it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his
Is this the one I think it is?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I think this does lead to the one I'm thinking of. This leads to a good one. It's fun to get to play this game again.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
This one's really good, Sakura. There's also modifications to old ending paths, at least what you saw during your little playthrough the other day. I'm excited. Like I think so far we've only seen stuff that was in the original, but I'm excited to find something new.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something.
Oh no.
The story. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
This game is just a delight. All right.
Now well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Glad he has a chorus of kids there to cheer.
I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Understandable. Here it is.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
TM.
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Ooh. What if I don't? What happens if I don't follow the line? I can't remember.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Just go get the achievements again. I have the achievement pop-ups turned off. I don't actually remember what the achievements are. I don't really play games for achievements.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction.
Oh, that's
Onward,
good.
Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
So many mugs. Sorry for the massively loud music. Welcome, Flames. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the sub. I hope you're well.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
It's actually your birthday today? Happy birthday. Thank you for giving me a sub on your birthday. That's very kind. I hope you got to do something really cool for your birthday today. Something you enjoyed. And thanks for dropping by. How you been? Just got your second tattoo? That's awesome. I only have one still. I would like to get a second one. And I want my second one to be a Monster Hunter tattoo. I don't know what it's going to be though. So far, it had us set the time when we started the game. So far, none of the clocks have been right. I don't remember the original having you set the time.
We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Ooh. Door 437. I remember you. Been doing really well, streaming consistently, doing VO work. That's cool. Congrats. That sounds neat. I'm glad you're in a good headspace.
Yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I know, coming out of like a space where you've been kind of in a slump for a few months, like speaking from personal recent experience, it feels good to be getting into a better headspace. So cheers to you.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I'm ignoring you, line. I'm ignoring you.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending.
I forgot about the
You're
timer.
telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget?
So we're
Well,
here.
what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall.
Gotta get to the bookstore.
Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule?
I forgot that both the doors lead in here.
Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
That's startling. If I remember correctly, you can't actually follow out the extra steps there. You can't reach
Even
endings
now,
6, 7, and
Stanley's
8.
office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
That's different VO.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, cheers, Flames. If you want to share, what was your second tattoo of? Oh my goodness. Thank you. That's really kind of you, Flames. Cheers.
Yet there was not a single
Thank
person
you.
here either.
Enjoy FPS and John
Feeling
Shaft.
a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. I don't remember that. Extreme bathrooms. And time. It's a very glowy toilet. You'll DM it to me? Feel free. Feel free. If you're comfortable doing so, yeah. It's a nice bathroom. I don't remember that. God, I remember that though. Business strategy. Point a gun at pandas. Yeah, I don't remember it raining.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover
Once
not
again.
an indication of any human life. What could it
It definitely wasn't
mean?
raining before.
Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Hi, Quill.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I wonder what was up with the rainy windows. I don't remember it making that rainy noise. Now we've still got one more choice, Uchi. Nice, Flames. I like the font you chose.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I'm gonna escape this time.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Bummer.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Thank you, Flames. That's really kind of you. Cheers. Like I said, happy birthday to you. You don't have to give me a bunch of stuff on your birthday. I hope you have a good rest of your birthday and just a good time right now. That was good timing on that noise, wasn't it? We did it.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
No footsteps in here is really weird.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
This is always kind of a neat ending. Having it be like an actual museum of a little bit of how they designed the game. Feels like every game should have some of this. Secret credits room. Mm-hmm. This isn't the confusion ending anymore? No, it's not. Nope, this is a different ending entirely. I don't think, at least in the original game, I don't think you could continue the confusion ending. I never managed to, at least. The impeccable Kevin Brighting as the narrator. Installing Chart Pro 2. Boss's office. Screens from the development of the boss's office. Oh gosh, that one's so brutal. They add stuff to this, right? It would be nice if they did add to the confusion ending. Yeah, apparently they have added something, Quill, but I haven't found anything. Not quite yet. Yeah, I played this back when it came out.
Top of the facility to end this injustice forever. Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room.
Perfect example of poor level design. Textbook
Stanley
mistake.
pushed the numbers.
It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. Of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you. Let's see. Stanley walked through the green door.
Those are some good lines.
Stanley jumped in the river.
Yeah, I don't think we found anything new yet, which is like, I can't tell if I'm like happy about that or not. I want the new stuff to be kind of hidden. The freedom ending. Very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down, with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down, and placed the two endings together instead. Nice monitor setup, dude. I don't remember how big the museum is. You get why I spam 8? I don't, Zelda. Sorry. It's been 10 years since I played the game. If the 8s are a reference to something in the game, then I don't remember them. At some point, I think maybe, does that appear on like a computer screen or something? It's a reference to the demo. I have not played the demo. Yeah, nope. I have not played the demo. I'm not OG enough. Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, after the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we'd initially planned to use those further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. If the Stanley Parable is going to let me go shopping, I hope it will have a fine selection of desert boots. Fun. Warzone. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as our making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. I forget how to get out of here. It's a nice museum, though. Zending. This screenshot depicts an early version of the ending known as the Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with the game. That just looks like Portal. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Vent. I'd forgotten about the vent. We're gonna spoil ourselves on some of the endings we haven't seen yet tonight. Holy crap, this place is big. All right, let's see. Nice credits, nice museum. Do I have to go back this way? Lanedale offices. I think I've gone just about everywhere. Let me walk through one more time real quick. I liked the sewers. The sewers were my favorite part of that, were my favorite dungeon in the game so far. Okay, here we go.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
We're back.
Listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
Not expect to see me play the Stanley Parable. I played it back in the day, and I'm curious about this new version they just released.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right.
Oh,
Wait, what the?
new content? What does that mean, new content?
Thanks, game.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable
God, that makes me
Ultra
feel old.
Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley
More.
Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Ultra Deluxe floor.
Is it broken?
What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere? Oh,
here we go.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Ooh, we get a jump. That's pretty hype. I can't jump anymore. I only had 36. I wasted them.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Oh no! I wonder what happens if I save my jumps. Well, shoot.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
The clock is still not correct. I still can't jump.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks, just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Let's do it. Oh boy. Is this like a level select? Nope. I thought I was gonna like jump into the painting like Mario 64.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
That's a very small mug. Oh. I'm glad it still has like source engine load times too.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it The Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
The Memory Zone.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
The British Academy of Film and Television Arts awarded to The Last of Us Stanley Parable. They taped over it. Good times. In loving memory, the original remake. Man. The Bliss theme too. Oh, I even got postcards. I remember. The Memory Zone temp. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. 2013. 2013. There it is. Smile because it happened. Go outside. Unachievable. Nice room. New video game releasing today. Creator surprisingly down to earth. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. What a nice bench. Little Stanley.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and
The impression was really good.
all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
That was good. I told Fallison that I was going to be streaming this tonight. He was the only one privy to my surprise of playing this game, my grand surprise. And he mentioned that Persona 3 line. Had Fal already played this game? Or like heard that Persona, like, is that something people know about? Is the fact that it says Persona 3? Person of the Year, Stanley. Destructoid ain't even live anymore, is it? I think it is. That's just Portal.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
It's a very pretty house. Repeatable Dom's famous repeatable carpet textures. Ready for your game project. Gray, red, missing coworker scenario, meeting, boring, and grass trial version. Never before seen. God, I wish this game had a zoom. The serious room. For Scott K.
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Uh-oh. Hey, FPS. Welcome.
Oh no.
Hi, Haru.
Oh God, no.
What's going on with
Stanley, it's a
Asus?
collection of reviews from Steam.
Oh, no.
Online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in
Steam
years. I
reviews.
can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Uh-oh. Not recommended.
See, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Nice, congrats on your upgrades, Haru. The RAM sits right next to each other. Soggy Steam reviews. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you got 4 slots, usually it goes in staggered.
Okay, let's see what this one says.
Noodle Shop. I wonder if that's their actual usernames.
For someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to.
3 hours on
Marks my
record.
otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure.
like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Did not post. Yeah, I think, Haru, for most PCs, if they've got 4 slots and you want the RAM to properly run in dual channel or full speed, then you'll want to stagger them. Usually the motherboard's manual or PDF or something in the box will tell you which channels to populate if you're only using 2 sticks and you still want dual channel support. It'll still run without it, but it'll run a little slower. Creepy little music. It's interesting seeing them design these new environments because you can kind of tell it's like you can kind of tell these environments weren't designed with the same tech, right? They're making them look a little old, and it's interesting that you can kind of look at it and see it. Like it looks like Firewatch a little bit. Like, I'm sure it's the same limitations, but I don't know, for better or for worse. I don't really have an impression on whether it's for better or for worse. I just think it's interesting to see that, like, I can look at this environment and go, this looks like it was made recently and like it was aping old source. Like, it looks like it's going for that old source look, which is super intriguing to me. I wouldn't have expected that, I don't think. Yeah, I would look it up, Haru. I would look up your motherboard's manual and see which slots it wants you to insert sticks into if you only have 2, because it can make a pretty decent bit of performance if you're running in single or dual channel for memory.
What's this one got to say?
Cookie 9.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
They played 10 hours!
Skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Yeah, Uchi, I'm glad they didn't like make the game look massively different. I think I was actually expecting them to have overhauled things a little more. Like, I was expecting, okay, they re-released it, they probably touched up the graphics. I don't really think, aside just like, I mean, back when I played this game, I was gaming at 800 by 600, low as DirectX will let me crank it. Like, it was bad. So seeing this game just like at 1080p running like a normal game is kind of like a glow up enough for me. But yeah, I'm glad they didn't like change the graphics a whole bunch or make the new stuff look all that different.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people.
Is it?
And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only
Hi,
thing there
Pico.
is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or
Oh,
what
it
have you,
repeats.
and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all
Inevitably.
until the end of time. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes
listened to
and
it.
lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them.
I love that there's a clock here.
I was leaning towards manifesto,
ticking.
but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that
Treatise
manifesto
vibe.
just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at
God,
this
we've
rate,
made some
we're going to
shitty
be here
words in
all
the
day.
last 10
Okay,
years,
look,
haven't we?
I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. 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 Treatise, manifesto.
But what if it changes?
Treatise, manifesto.
Treatise, oh shoot, manifesto poll? I can make that happen. Are you a treatise vibe or a manifesto mouthfeel kind of guy? Or gal?
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
This gives us an excuse to listen to this for a minute too, just in case it changes.
Manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Manifesto mouthfeel or treatise vibe?
Manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
High or low TB.
Treatise, manifesto.
It does have a nice rhythm to it, doesn't it,
Treatise,
FPS?
Manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Oh my god, Zelda.
Treatise, manifesto.
Bass
Treatise,
boost this.
Manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
It looks like the manifesto
Treatise,
mouthfeel
manifesto.
is gonna take it.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work,
Surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation.
I wonder if they talked with
I
those
think
people
that's
before putting
quite
them in the
likely.
game.
Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity, rise... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45
God.
minutes. It's not unendurable by any means, but there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go?
Oh, shoot.
Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Welcome, Ride Party. Welcome, Raiders.
I'm quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window, or something like that. Do you see a window?
Hey, Ride Party. Welcome, Raiders. Gulug Breakout detected. Welcome in. Welcome, folks. Door stuck. Howdy. Hello. How's our stream going? It's going well. We are playing a game I haven't played since 2013 called The Stanley Parable. Some of you might know it, or maybe not. It's a classic about a narrator telling you to do things, and you have choices about whether or not to do them. This is a re-release of this game. They re-released it with new choices to be made, and we've found some of the new choices, and we're in one right now where we've just listened to the narrator read a lot of text with the option to skip it, but we've listened to most of it, and now we're stuck in a room. Remember that? It was pretty big on YouTube back in the day? Yeah, I think it was like, I don't even know if you can call it a cult hit. But thank you very much for the raid. You were playing XCOM UFO Defense. I don't know much about XCOM. How was your stream? They actually updated the game with more stuff. That's fascinating. You enjoyed the concept a lot? Yeah, it's a neat concept. We're in one of the updated bits right now, which took us a little bit to get to. It was still fun to play through the old bits too, though. So, yeah, that's where we're at. Very enjoyable stream? Good. I'm glad.
Anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door.
I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
It's like 225. Does this actually... Great series for stream interaction because you can name units after one another or after chat. How am I going to burn the hour of time between the narrator coming back and now? I need to see if the minute hand actually moves. We'll find out in just a moment. Like if it ticks a little closer to 2:30. I mean, like it's clearly moving, right? It doesn't move. Only the second hand moves. It's disappointing. All right.
Stanley! Stanley!
Hey.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to
Welcome, shotgun.
I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore. Oh, Stanley.
Oh,
back.
God.
You're back.
The lights are
Oh,
going
goodness. I have someone to talk to.
The tree's dead.
Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button.
That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that
Hi, Rye
matters
Party.
anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll
I think
burn
I actually
my
said hi.
story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between...
I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I think Civiltiste? Thanks for the follow.
You and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you
Cultiste,
now,
I gotcha.
I am alive.
Cheers.
I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
People have a hard time pronouncing my name on Twitch as well, Cultist, so I get ya.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse
All good,
of
Rye Party.
every moment I have ever experienced.
A lot of
my
folks
entire
mispronounce it.
life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment.
Yeah,
and
all
I
good.
felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a...
So this is a joke about that a review said that he was self-embellishing and too long-winded. That is not a complaint I ever had about the actual game, and it feels like they're trying to prove us wrong and make us feel that way now with like the prolonged monologues between each step here.
a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have
Why is
to
there a
live
chain
as
link
I
fence
do now.
inside?
And I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival.
The clock
if
stopped.
I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Isn't that his role as kind of a meta mechanic? Definitely. I just thought it was funny that they wanted to prove the review right. Uh-oh. Skip button broke. He's gone. The clock fell off the wall. What does that mean? Is this place filling with gas?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time.
They are mired in fear and insecurity, and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amused them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed.
Hi Zyluvel, welcome. We're playing a game tonight where there's a narrator, and it's our job to make choices based on what the narrator says or what we feel like doing.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Yo, bars. A couple of things he said on repeat have been pretty rhythmic.
Is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Oh God. Skipped 500 years? Yeah, it feels like it. What nice music. Oh dear. Oh God. Button broke. Walked into a hell of an ending, Fish, is what you walked into.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
New content.
Oh, good. You noticed my
I
sign.
did.
Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
I do think that was kind of a fun commentary on
You see, Stanley, I've been
adding things to
reflecting on the
games.
Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
New mug! The end is never again. 427. Hang on, what does that mug say? I can't see. Damn it. Investor showcase.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just
Taste
so much
the
catchier
sequel.
than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
You know, this is funny because I went to a high school that they remodeled a good chunk of the high school while I was there. And one of the things there was going to be TVs everywhere, and you can set up and put your laptop plugged into the TV, and all the TVs did was just sit there and become glorified picture frames just like this. It's people just think that there's just if you just put TVs everywhere, it's futuristic. It's why do you need a TV here though? They were all in places just like this, where it's there wasn't a table, there wasn't a desk, there wasn't an area to sit down and plug in a computer. It was literally just a TV and an HDMI port in the wall. Guess for announcements, that's all it ended up being used for, but ostensibly they gave out this big proposal when they were doing all this stuff of because they had to have the school district vote on it or something. It was a big deal. This happened while I was there, and it was part of why I didn't like high school very much. But part of their proposal was it'll be used for all kinds of digital learning. You can plug in your computer and collaborate. Meeting at 2 p.m. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted. New content. New hotness. 2. Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. It was a public school, De Repico, so there wasn't tuition to be paid in that way. At least not directly by consumers. They're back. 2 doors. The color red. They were pretty out of touch. I was pretty frustrated about it. I think at some point in time I wrote like an essay about how it was like you can't just slap computers and the screens and like web tools on something and call it digital learning. You have to like actually think about how that should be applied to learning. I was really upset about some of that stuff when I was in high school. It still upsets me now, but it's like it's removed enough I don't have to think about it very much anymore. Oh, 2 Stanleys. Oh man, it's co-op.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
The Stanley Parable is the prequel to the Stanley Parable 2. Is the sequel to the Stanley Parable is the prequel to the Stanley Parable 2. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. Depends on who you ask. We know where the Stanley Parable 2 devs stand on Dark Souls 2. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Just the 2 of us. Valued investors. This way to the show floor. This is pretty good. New features like the jump button. Oh wait. A bus. Can I go on the bus? Nope. Expo Hall 2, of course. Wow.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The Stanley Parable 2 new feature, the Reassurance Bucket. Taste the sequel. This is a lot. Does this still look like old stuff? I mean, yes and no. That's actually one of the things that I'm taking away most so far, is that it's really interesting to me seeing a game designed ostensibly like over the last few years probably, but to look like a Source game from 2013. And does this look like that? No, this area looks nicer than something you could have made in Source in 2013. But it's interesting seeing a game with an art style that's meant to evoke a Source game from 2013. Is that Stanley? Enjoy the new features. Hear your name in the game. The button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. That's new. It is. Can I try it?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game.
Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim
I want
Chronicles.
you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Name! Hear yours today. Those aren't mugs.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Ooh, a whole new office. Red is the new orange. The numbers are bigger. Why is there like coil wine from that TV? That carpet does say new to me. The baby is all grown up. The new updated ray traced more of the same, but in a good way sequel. Oh, ray tracing? What if I take a screenshot? I have the Steam overlay disabled. So I can't. The button that says the name of the player that's playing the game, the jump circle, the infinite hole. Oh boy. This is starting to feel more like Silent Hill. It's not a scary game, don't worry. Oh man, HD Stanley. Look at him. He's so confused.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Second birthday. Oh. I mean, this one's got more red.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Fair. That one's stuck. Okay. Merch!
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
The end is never again. This t-shirt is the best new feature. I saw the new content. Is that supposed to be the line? Bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical. that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping.
Now I'm
through.
playing a video
And in
game.
fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The
Good night,
benefits of
Zelda.
buckets
Cheers.
go on and on, don't they?
Jeez, get some sleep,
All
man.
this and more awaits you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh man, now I'm sold.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
That looks like a 2022 bucket. Collectibles. Free, new and easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. Infinite hole. It won't end. Oh.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
No, give me more. I don't get any more jumps. Is this guy slowly spinning? He is. Look at these. Such moody silhouettes to frame Stanley in. Oh my god. The Expo Hall 2 guide. Jump circle this map. Free achievement. The button that says the name of the player that's playing the game, if you're Jim. Merch. Settings World Champion. That's just around the corner. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. Did we miss the world? We missed the Settings World Champion. Unless the Settings World Champion was the balloon. Office decorations. Oh, no, we missed it. Epilogue. Epilogue. I don't see where the epilogue is. Collectibles, infinite hole, exit. Hang on, we gotta go see the settings. Maybe it's up there. Oh my goodness. Exit, jump circle. Well, I don't want to go to the exit yet. Investor Showcase Magazine. This year's hottest investment opportunities. Sequels. What's better than that? Nothing. Top 10 investors currently visiting the show floor. 2 Times New Roman, Road Geek, Transport Heavy, Rocket Pop, Half Italic, Orbitron, League Gothic Regular, Sooty, Shackleton, Keep on Truckin'. Can you find them? Can you find them? Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh boy.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works. Get yours right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world.
So
who have
close.
been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
We're heard. We are heard. No gamers.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
More hole. Thank you. This looks like skin.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond
The
of.
holy
It's never been done
moly,
before
how
in a video
dig,
game.
or how deep
This
can
is,
we
in
dig?
fact, a hole
The answer
that
will
you can
mildly
fall down
surprise you.
forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
You know, I've got bad news for you about another video game where you can kind of like fall through a hole infinitely and like maybe come back out but then go back in again over and over. Got some unfortunate news for you.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
This game.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Oh, Hey, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar.
New
and cheat,
mug.
You're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Bruh, you had an achievement for 8 years.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Was that a skeleton? No, I don't think there's a skeleton. What do you think about a new mug badge? We could do a new mug badge. I'll have to nab Schmeg. Ask them to make us a new mug.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. It goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole. I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
That circle is a little bigger there.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow.
It's a good sound effect.
Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do.
There's new stuff
Hit the
with
teleport
coffee, yeah.
button when you're ready to move on. Is the teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful...
No! but I've got my bucket. I'm okay. Oh my god!
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. What?
I haven't changed our reality yet. This is a lot of sounds. Video games. Creepy. There's so many sounds. I think I've heard this one already. Okay, I think we've looped. Alright. Let's find what we like.
My head's
Alright, change your reality. Change yourself. Here it comes. All right, change yourself. Is that from No Man's Sky? No. 427. Hi, Ken.
Stanley? 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 Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back.
It's actually over. Oh, we respawned here.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Fine, it ended. The mostly infinite hole. Was that a QR code? Where? I also liked Toodle Pip, Xyluval. When you said in mod chat you were going to play something different, you were expecting another Bionicle game? Nope. Stanley Parable. Next to the merch store. Oh, it is. Hang on. I got you guys. Taste the sequel, now in Expo Hall 2. Welcome to the official website of the Stanley Parable 2. A sequel, huh? It's 10 minutes. Oh my god.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous to me, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention. And in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important
The
role on
ideas
team.
guy.
The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find.
Like here?
Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable
It's a
was
good
most
quote.
widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains
feel like if
as many
anything
as
so far there's
1,000
less
sheets of
gameplay.
and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel
Good night,
feel
Zyluvo.
fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheat at hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together, in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all.
Me too, right, party?
Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
You missed any context of what's happening here? This is the official website of the merch store. This is https://stanleyparable2.com. That's new. If you're more of a prequel sort of person, check out the Stanley Parable, which takes you to presumably their original. No, this actually, hang on. This takes you to the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe website. Aha. Learn more. Oh, you guys can't see that. Hang on. Taste the sequel. Nope, that's just... Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of the exhibit. And that's all. Hidden for us in a nice QR code. You're thinking of the actual gyms playing this? The button that says gym. You heard gym in the game. I did. Now go jump back in the hole. That's where I'm going. That's where I was going before the QR code popped up. Oh. Not allowed. What kind of Stanley Parable game doesn't let you repeat the endings you want? All right. Are there more collectibles for us to find? I only got the one. Nope, guess not. Collect them all. Okay. There's some stairs over here we haven't been up yet. This is their Phone It In sequel after all. Mm-hmm. That's new. Settings World Champion, mostly infinite hole, free achievement. Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay. A stairs there on the settings champion? At the back door where you stand, at the back of the door where you stand, there's a stair. Or not. We checked, all good. All right, I think we've been just about everywhere. No more jumps. I'm surprised it's let us keep the bucket this long. All right, this is the exit. Look at those mugs. And
All right.
chairs.
Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
No, I want to go back in the hole.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
Shoot.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different...
Can I get down? I want those collectible.
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Can I get down there? I want those collectibles.
This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Really tempted to quit the desktop. Really tempted.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to
The
push,
balloons? I didn't
how long to
notice.
push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I cannot jump, unfortunately.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
This is pretty good. The bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
You're in full suspense of what's different now. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Where'd the new content go? Oh, no!
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Is it time?
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together.
Yeah.
Go through each of them point
We were
by
in a
point.
hole.
Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Lovely.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Good call, Hot Pocket. The bucket is the hole, maybe. How long was the broom closet gag in the first game? Pretty long.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Can you put the bucket down? No. Those aren't mugs. To be rich, is it a crime to commit crimes? Isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. It's not raining anymore.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an
Once again.
indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it?
I probably should have waited.
All along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
See if you had any extra choice narration for us about waiting with the bucket.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
The bucket is evil, isn't it? I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe the bucket's behind all of this. After all. Uchi doesn't want to believe it.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
I don't think you were ever able to go back up in the original. Yeah, this is new.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
I guess that's enough.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
no, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
I'm guessing this is a reference to the 8 ending, or the 8 game, or whatever it is. Bummer.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Did the bucket change? I don't think so. Something else did,
For
though.
months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
I can't wait to watch Joseph Anderson play this. Is that Minecraft door sound? The Stanley Parables. Stanley! Live on stage. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable. Stanley! World's first sentient machine. What is that? Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great. 2 stage 3.
This was it. One last chance to
The
win
Lord,
bucket
meet and
over.
greet.
One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Up again, down again. The Stanley story. But what happens if I go up here? Hi, Arcane Doctrine. The Storyteller. Stanley reveals all in his new book, 3 Again, 3 Again. The Stanley Story. Wish you were here. Aloha from the Freedom Ending. From the Freedom Ending. I went to the mind control facility and all I got was this lousy sticker. I played the demo. 8. Adventure awaits. You enjoying the game? Yeah, it's good. Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. Your coworkers. 3. 3. That's the magic number. Yes, it is. A shockingly 3-dimensional character. 3 stars. An audience with the dude who came up with pizza. Yo.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over.
Aww.
He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Good night, Rye Party. It just said something about the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Figley's. Red room. Thank you. Good luck. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambiance or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional microphone, which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noises. Data shows that in all likelihood it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be the reverberance off a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this? Wouldn't you like to know? There will be a reward for finding them all. But it said there wouldn't be one. Inside of a sequel exhibit, Nearby a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person. A large room, lots of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs, somewhere both red and blue. Is this some kind of game? Gotta collect them all. Where are they? Please, do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Help, I'm a post-it. Clues, myclue.jpg.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be
Good night,
in here for
Skyzer.
hours. But alas, no stickers.
Bummer. Is that it? Yeah. Thanks again for chiming in, Skyzer. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope you rest well.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
This was locked last time. This was like an endless elevator in the first one, wasn't it? Oh my god. Me too, Uchi. How many possibilities could there be? Yeah, it feels like the rules have shifted slightly, doesn't it, Uchi? Doors, monthly. Shapes. Okay. That's not a mug.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned
I'm gonna wait this
discover
time.
not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
I mean, like, in theory, there could be new dialogue for you being with the bucket in every route of the game now. Much less anything else that could be in the Stanley Parable 2. The sequel is now paused.
Around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
It makes my brain hurt too, Uchi.
2845.
Okay, there was just the one unique bit of dialogue, I think. We'll let it auto-progress.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
All right, we're not going back up this time, no matter how much we'd like to press the button 3 some more. But what if? But what if? There was some new dialogue for the broom closet. What if? I'm really sorry about the several days of delayed entertainment bio.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very
This is just
intriguing about
repeating.
the number 3.
This is
I wanna
just
go
repeating.
back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
This game, for what it's worth, bio is very cozy and very fun. We're listening to a narrator and then deciding whether or not to follow the narrator's directions. Right now, we're going to press the
Here we
number
are,
3.
said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely... Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator. Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
All right, we're not going to go back up again. We're going to continue on with the bucket.
A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the
Oh, they
bucket
want
again?
you to. They want you to.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
What indeed?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never!
Is this game
The
new?
bucket tighter. His one friend
Sort of.
in the entire world.
It's not technically a sequel. This game originally was a mod for like Half-Life or Half-Life 2, and then was released on its own in 2013, and was basically this, where you go through the game and you follow decisions that the narrator asks you to or not, and there are different endings and things to see. This is the game called the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, which just came out, which has added things. The bucket and all of this being called a sequel and everything is all new.
At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Not only new, it's making a statement about being new. It's true.
But here was the proof.
It has commentary.
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
All right. You and me, bucket, let's go.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door.
So, like, this is a path that was in the original, but this is all new dialogue because we're carrying a bucket.
The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned.
Both insane.
But it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped?
Oh no.
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
It's the companion
The
cube.
facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
Oh my god.
No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms.
No.
Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
What is this, subversion?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Like, what happens if you choose the other balloon? What if the other balloons
No
are
matter
here?
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Partition Corp, providing partitions for 56 years.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
I'm gonna leave it this time and see what happens.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, so this room like checks up on your progress of finding figures. Interesting. This is really not what I expected them to do with this, to be completely honest. We haven't gotten this one yet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
To anyone who hasn't played the original, enjoy this ending.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Yeah, this is not, like, I don't know what I expected, Uchi. I guess I expected, like, slightly better graphics and, like, oh, they're going to add a few paths.
Baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything.
At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
But instead of just adding paths to the existing game, they've like changed it up a bit, changed up some of the paradigms in a weird way.
In the broom closet,
It's interesting.
standing around
It's a sequel.
doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
That's true, Uchi. They could do basically anything, like adding
You realize there's
fig
no
leaves.
choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
He has some really good lines in here.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
The broom closet ending was my favorite.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing
Is this
to
new
alert
dialogue?
someone nearby
Or is this in the game?
so as to
I don't
ensure
remember
that
this
your
one.
body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby?
Maybe this was in the game before.
The
I think it
person
was.
at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway. Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Is that it? I can't remember. That's it.
Did you get the broom closet ending?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Shoot, we already got this one. Never mind. I thought there was a. Oh! I thought there was a different way.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will
New
come to me.
content. Taste the sequel. I also like Figlies, I think. But what if there's something new down here? Alright, we'll do it again.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy,
why had he taken that risk?
I don't think there's anything new down here.
All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
We've seen this one
All of
before.
my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
All right.
Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself.
I kind of want to cut this short because we've already seen this, but what if there is something new? I feel like
that had been on the tip of his tongue.
seeing something we've already seen through just to make sure they haven't added anything since we've unlocked the new content is like worth doing, maybe at least once.
This is all a dream. Oh, what a
Maybe if I'd
relief,
taken the
Stanley.
bucket down here. I'm gonna restart.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No, I wanted. Oh, there's just too many choices. There's just too many choices. All right, we're gonna go the other way this time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I like that one.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arm.
This is different.
Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by
Buckets!
one bucket after the next.
Buckets!
None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
All right. So that was a way of us testing out. Okay, now that we've...
Co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
So that was a way of us testing. We went down that way once, right? To ensure that even though we've entered the sequel, that path hadn't changed or had anything added to it. But then we had a bucket, and the bucket added to it. What's going on? I don't know. Something's going on. So maybe the bucket is what makes things act differently. Maybe the bucket is kind of like the key to the sequel content. But something's wrong. It said this wasn't my office.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I thought this wasn't my office. This seems like my office.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his...
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, Very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
That one gives me shivers.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Okay. That seems to change. The beige pages. Okay. Business strategy.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an
that been there?
indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional
Shit.
dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Press 3 beforehand. We'll have to come back and do that and see if it does anything. We have to escape with the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
Nope.
read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Sorry,
the door
bucket.
behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Sorry, bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth
no.
and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's
Aw.
true that all buckets are radiant in their own way.
It took
but
my
this
bucket
one
away.
stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
This is a different museum though. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You're standing at the precipice of knowledge, much like a bucket itself. The human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and sustained. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets all at once. There's a bucket. A bucket with 2 handles. This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. If you say so. Is that the way we came? Yeah, that's the way we came. There's a cat that wants to come in here. The stress bucket, an analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equals holes. Stress, the level of water in the bucket. Rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. Presented without commentary. An analogy. I'm gonna bring the cat in. I'll be right back. What a talkative little cat. Hi. How you doing? You purring? Why is that cat going nuts? She just talks like that. Hello. Hi. Are you happy you got to come in the room? Do you get lonely? Alright. Alright. Let go of my jacket. Let go. Let go! Stop biting me and let go! Her claws are too long. Stop. She doesn't want to put... Let go! I can't tell if her claws were just long and she was getting stuck on my jacket, or if she wanted to like grab on and not let go. But that was Affogato. She was happy to come in and say hello. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Oh, a hole. Oh, never mind. I got it.
But there is something
I was
we
excited
can
about the
do,
hole.
something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Praise the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Hey Stanley, it's me. Just calling to let you know that you left your bucket at home. Silly. It's okay. I'm off to pick up groceries soon, so I could swing by your work and drop the bucket off at... Oh, wait a minute. This isn't your bucket. Wait, whose bucket is this? Well, if it doesn't belong to anyone else, I guess I could just, keep it. Yeah, I'd really like to hang out with this bucket for a while. Oh, sorry, what was I saying? Oh yeah, have a nice day at work. I'll be here at home with my bucket. Bye, Stanley.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that, Uchi. Alright, I think we've done
Stanley clutched the
every
bucket
bucket
tightly to
path
his
that
chest
way.
and entered the door on it. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Alright, bucket, you and me.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
It really is a little surprising, isn't it, Uchi? What about the jump ring? What about the hole?
Perhaps this was
Where are
where
those
the bucket
features?
felt most truly
We gotta find
free.
those.
Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
What about the button that says gym?
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
So far, it's been all about the frickin' bucket, man. Where's that other stuff?
But
Finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
It's our wife, our computer, the baby, the broom closet, and the adventure line all together. Hello, Cordial Snail. Welcome.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you.
Is this an
very
intervention
well.
about my bucket?
It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
Yeah, let's go.
We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new.
Let's go.
Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Do I have to leave my bucket? No, I can take it with me? Okay, let's go. Is there anywhere else I can go here? Can't go back up. Can I go in the broom closet? Oh, fuck yeah. Now I just feel really dumb. I love that they didn't add any new dialogue. They were just like, yeah, you would get excited about this. See how dumb this is? Fine. Now I just feel really dumb for having gotten excited about that.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Raw assets, the only map. Map 2.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans,
Jim.
Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No. I don't want to give up my bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Okay.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Don't do that. That's spooky.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I think you're right, Uchi, yeah.
Coming to a A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather. The good old bucket, just standing in the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Not yet,
Stanley
Uchi.
had felt the
Not
bucket
yet.
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Please.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Please.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly
Oh,
did
please
whatever
tell me
the
it's gonna tell me to
bucket
jump
asked.
off. Oh, I thought it was gonna tell me to jump off.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket. his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I really wish it had told me to jump.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
It just says that stuff now to throw you off. Tisk.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together.
There's
would
a
be-
surprising number of
Stanley touched
variations.
The bucket tightly to his. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back.
I like when you get to this point in the game where you're just kind of running through going, okay, I haven't seen this route yet. Haven't seen this route yet. Haven't seen this route yet. It's fun.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere.
Did I play the original? Yeah, I played the original back in 2013 or around then when it first came out. I haven't played it in years. This is different than what I thought it was going to be, Cordial Snail. It's really a good game. How they lead into if you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, I would recommend it. I think it's $15 or something. Definitely worth it. How it got to this new stuff was very creative. Very creative. Very fun.
Where else? The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
And then this is also good too.
Now
Like what we're
ride
doing
the
now
lift
is good.
all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket
Enjoy
had
yourself.
spoken
It's good.
to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I really thought it was going to ask me to jump off. Now jump off.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Jazz music. Ooh, nice new TV and a soundbar. Wow, Stanley's got nicer digs than before. I wonder if I could have picked up the kettle instead of the bucket.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Such trendy little knickknacks in Stanley's place now. Wow.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. No, no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket,
Jazz nights with the bucket.
Confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Am I stuck? Uh-oh. 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 I'm stuck!
Stanley,
okay, I got
give
it.
me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
I was lucky, yeah, I'm glad I could grab it from over there.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What the hell? Just the beginning room was different?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked...
Huh. Did I miss the bucket on purpose? I just thought I wanted to explore without it. Shoot.
Days,
Hang on, we gotta go all the way back there again. See what happens with that blue room if you grab the bucket.
A bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I screwed up.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge
I should have
was
known
simply
better
the
than to
place
explore
to
without my
be.
bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
I should have known.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Taught us a lesson.
Stanley took the
Do
door
not
on his
explore
left
without the
to
bucket.
Go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
What's
It
that?
should
It's a
have alarmed
it's
him,
a
of course,
it's
because
a
buckets
it's a
can't
thing.
talk. But Stanley chose not to think about
How
this
the hell do we get
bucket.
there?
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly
A
did
vent.
whatever the bucket asked.
Some kind of vent. Huh. Alright.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the...
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
Svarty, thanks for the follow.
Once upon a time, I
hope
gave
you've been
Stanley a
enjoying
bucket
the
because I
stream
thought
tonight.
He was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object?
Bucket.
I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location
Still don't know why
to
they
a
wanted us to
different
set the
location.
time.
That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say?
Bucket.
Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Okay. Let's not screw this up again. Oh, it didn't do it. Oh. Was it random that we got that blue one? Oh, no. We went through all that for nothing.
All
Bummer.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Cheers, Farty. Thank you. Thanks for saying so. I'm glad you enjoy the Monster Hunter videos. I'm looking forward. We've been taking like a couple month break from Monster Hunter, doing some Elden Ring, and that's been pretty fun. But I'm really looking forward to playing some Monster Hunter soon. Whether that ends up being like 3U or GU or 4U or Rise or Sunbreak or whatever, it's gonna be a good time. I haven't decided which one I'm gonna play when I'm done with Elden Ring, but I'm really looking forward to getting back to MH.
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Ooh, this was not in the first game.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
The first number will
We'll be
equal the
different
second
people by
number.
then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Can I fall down from here? Probably not. We'll have to try eventually. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say, yeah, I think a combination of trying some variety over the holidays, like visiting some different Nintendo DS games, and then playing Elden Ring this spring has convinced me that I would like to play more types of games on stream. I think I'll probably still focus primarily on like one game for probably like 4 or 5 days of the week, but I think every couple weeks we're gonna do some variety that I'm planning on the majority of the time it's going to be something that you guys get to pick and not me. And I'll talk a little bit more about that some other time, but that's the plan. Huh. I'm so confused. Help, help, the striped shirt savage is tearing off my arm. Ow, beware the referee of pain. Bunch of old cassettes. Narrator dialogue. Uh-oh. Oh. What have we found here? A bunch of narrator dialogue.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track.
Evidence.
Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
Those
Why
are definitely higher
everything
polygon cassette tapes
feels
than
so...
Source in 2013 would have let you do, probably.
What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back.
How did they get Big Bogart's voice actor to do the evidence tape?
Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Well, that's spooky.
Someone was following Stanley.
Oh god, you can't do that
If he
after
checked
that
over
one.
his shoulder now, he would surely catch them.
You
It
can't
was
do that
only a
after
matter
that
of
one.
time. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Is the bucket an Eldritch
Perhaps he wanted
God?
to
Seems
stop
that
by
way.
the employee
Kinda your
lounge
fault.
first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Good stuff.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps the bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him.
I wonder
of
if
course,
that's low
because
down
buckets
enough to get
can't
down.
talk. But Stanley
We'll have to
chose
try.
not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Did I now, though? Did I now, though? Danger everywhere.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. So, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Of course.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
We gotta come back here and fail everyone.
Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
This game's dumb.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go. Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
No, I'm still not feeling it. You see, now that you've gotten the bucket involved, my standards have gone up. Merely clicking a single door is no longer enough. Now, I want to see you press this bucket against multiple doors. Now that's the kind of thing that merits an achievement. Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into door 417? Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times. Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love. Now back to door number 437. You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416. We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again. Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 4. Yes! We did it! Wow! That felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
All right, we're gonna go try something that Uchi mentioned earlier. Did I get the achievement? I have the Steam overlay turned off, so I'm not sure. Maybe there's a new version of the achievement.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We still have one more figurine to find. Okay, I think I know where that is. The 3? Yeah, we're gonna go try the 3. What happens if we spam 3 with the bucket before we go downstairs?
To the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an The bucket did not react, except perhaps a tiny glow of warmth.
Uchi, you're a genius.
Subtle, yes, but an unmistakable spark from somewhere deep within.
Guess that was it, but no, it's not triggering the other dialogue.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs, Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2844.
We gotta get that last figly.
Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Before we go to the red and blue, I have one more thing to try.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so
Hi, Shadow
bad
upon the
at following
Tempest. Welcome.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to
This looks interesting. It's a good game. If you've never played it before, essentially the narrator tells you things to do and you get to choose whether you want to do those or not. And they recently re-released it with some new things added that have been pretty interesting to discover. I think once you unlock the new things, it's kind of straightforward, I guess, but the way that they ease you into the new things and the way they kind of like tease out the new things into the game is pretty cool.
The correct way to the meeting
I definitely enjoyed myself tonight.
Room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
As somebody who hasn't played it in a while, Shadow Upon the Tempest, I would definitely recommend checking out the new version. I think it's like $15, and it's been a good time tonight.
It was okay.
The lounge was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
World's best coworker. Which way did he say to go?
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy. No, wait. Where are you going? Right. Where were we?
Is this the progressively worse fever dream room? I don't know. Looks like it just cycles between some colors.
Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Okay, we'll come back down.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here. No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. Are you... You are going to stay here, aren't you?
This just feels mean. Going back and forth on him.
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you?
I gotta try one more time. If there's any new dialogue, I want to hear it. I'd forgotten about some of these. I also just remembered more paths. I just remembered more paths we haven't been down with the bucket. Okay, I think that's it.
No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving. Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
This game is so weird.
No. No, no, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Yeah, that one's pretty messed up. What the hell?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figures. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your
There's
entire
a mouse.
life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with
There's a
inner
cursor.
richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Sure.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
Sure.
Just
Let's go.
one more time.
Let's go revisit the figurines. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. This game is good. Ah, 2013.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
I gotta stop making that face. 7.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found a Figanli, not the 3rd.
I thought that was the 3rd.
Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know
Yep.
what? If under the stairs feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
It did feel like the
Let's
3rd
see,
place.
What came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
What is it? What is this thing? Is this an apple?
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy. takes you back, doesn't
It
it?
does.
I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
These videos were an acid trip on Linux because it couldn't render them correctly. Oh no.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
I wonder if this gets
Who can
shuffled
truly
around,
say how
depending
the
on what
mind
order you
works?
collect them in.
All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
The transition zones would make that possible? It would, yeah, you're right.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing
The
left
fern!
to do but move onward into the future.
The fern!
Goodbye, memory zone.
No! The fern!
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
The fern. The past. I was waiting for the fern, I'll be honest.
Okay, yes. The room with the red and blue doors.
Oh my god.
Oh,
13.
All the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love
It wasn't backwards. It should have been backwards.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Good room, though.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
There's just nothing down this side. Okay.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this? Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more memories. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
I have one more I want to do, Uchi. There's a few more I can think of that we could possibly do.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket.
But I have one
so
more to end on.
magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
It's time to say
And
goodbye.
here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Forgotten all about that.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
It's time to say goodbye.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the
you
Bucket
can't do it.
Destroyer until you crush that damn
Wait,
bucket.
what?
Quickly now.
No,
fans are
you
waiting.
can't do it.
The fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and
I went all the way back there to sacrifice my bucket, and I couldn't.
Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now.
All right,
Goodbye,
I do have one more.
new friend.
In that case.
For the moment in time
One
that you
more.
were here, you were magnificent.
If that's the case, and our bond with the bucket is that strong, then there's only one thing to do with the bucket at my side. It's really weird that we got that
Stanley
one
had
blue
never
room
seen the
once.
office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive, yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ooh, what's gonna be in the meeting room now? Is it back to normal? Reboot the game entirely.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Shoot. Why does it ask us this? There was never anything to do that was like relevant to what time it was. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. Thank you, tutorial setup text. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whatever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. All right, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Hi, Marths. Welcome to the Stanley Parable. I'm about to do that. I'm about to do just that, Shadow upon the Tempest. Not because I smoke, but because haha 420. Gaming. They came out with a new version, Marth, that added new stuff. We've been enjoying the new stuff. I played this game back in 2013, and the re-release of it that they just came out with adds new stuff in ways that I would not have expected. Really fun, very enjoyable. After all, I know how much you enjoy saying the time correctly. Now I'm curious how accurate 4:20 a.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out how accurate is 4:20 a.m. We're like not that far off. Yeah, there. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, I'll whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. What is this? This is so much more than what I expected. Not just this part, but like the entire experience so far has been very creative in terms of how to fit new things into the game. All right, that's what we did before. Aw, they're friends. Which of the two made-up words below is most appealing to you? Occuboinkle or scrumtush? Definitely scrumtush. Good stuff.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day.
This has been a good stream, or this has been a pretty good time, Martha. I've enjoyed myself a lot.
Might have considered it soul-rending. Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
I think it exceeded my expectations for what they would do creatively with it.
And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to
All
the
right,
meeting room.
bucket.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
There's a bucket in this game. There is Beast 2. Yep. They changed some
Coming to the
stuff.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked.
Yeah, this is a re-release that came out recently. It adds to the original in some ways that are very creative. I would recommend playing it if you enjoyed the original back in the day. I think it's like $15, maybe 20. I forget. Check the collectible.
Upstairs to the boss's office.
No, there's one thing left for us to do with this bucket. We've proven our bond with the bucket at this point. Actually, hang on a second. One other thing I could do. Is it raining? Nope, not raining. One time when we went in the bathroom, it started raining outside.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Yeah, I would definitely recommend playing this ultra deluxe version of this game if you at all enjoyed it in the past. It's the ways they chose to add on to it were pretty creative and fun. We have one last ending I want to go for here.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it
Poor
gently,
bucket.
reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the Bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the Bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. But at the last second, the Bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the Bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the Bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the Bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the Bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled
This is
at
great.
the metal genius.
If you enjoy this game at all,
the
you owe
one
it to
who
yourself to
had
play
pointed him towards
the expansion they just came out with.
discovery. Stanley and the Bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
All right.
All of his co-workers were gone.
I think that's it. That's where we're going to end for the night. This has been nearly 6 hours of the Stanley Parable. Oh my god, look at this title screen. I hope, for those of you who were here, I hope you enjoyed it. Eventually this will probably end up on YouTube, and I hope it'll be fun to watch there. A little dive into this game. I'm sure we missed some stuff, so if you enjoyed this game, do feel free and go and pick it up for yourself and see if you can find some stuff I missed. I really enjoyed this game, God, like 10 years ago? It was really fun to revisit it. This is something that we're going to be doing, not super frequently, but every handful of weeks. I think we'll probably do a variety stream on a Monday. Most of our time will still be spent focusing in on one game at a time, but the combination of Elden Ring this spring and the DS games we did over the holidays convinced me that this might be something fun to do. And we'll probably find some different ways of letting folks from you guys, from the audience, from the community, pick what we actually end up trying every once in a while. So should be a good time. If you guys enjoyed this, feel free and, I don't know, let me know if there's any games you think would be neat to see me play. This has been the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe 2 sequel thing. The last thing we're going to do here before I sign off is, I guess, let me see who else is streaming this game. Maybe we'll go and raid somebody else who's streaming. I actually know somebody else who's streaming this game. That's kind of gnarly. I didn't expect that. Elia Live is streaming this game, so we're going to go ahead and give them a raid. It looks like they're getting to a pretty good part right now. If you wanted to avoid some of the best parts of this re-release, maybe don't watch this part that we're going to jump into right now. But outside of that, thank you guys ever so much for watching. If you want to watch some other games like Elden Ring and Monster Hunter, feel free to leave a follow here on the stream. If it was anyone's first time here, I'm Ristretto. It's nice to meet you, and it was a lot of fun to hang out and play through this game. We have a Discord and a YouTube, and we have a Twitter. Whoops. Yeah, there we go. We have those things in the chat right there. And aside that, I hope you guys have a nice night. We're going to go ahead and raid how do I spell their name? Shoot. Elia Live. Here. Cool. All right, we're going to go ahead and raid Elia Live, who's also streaming this game. Like I said, I hope you guys have a nice night over there. Enjoy some more of, I don't know, and watching somebody play through this game again. It was a lot of fun to stream through this game. Thank you guys for watching it. Until tomorrow, we're going to do some more Elden Ring. I hope you guys have a nice rest of your night or a good day, whatever time it is where you guys are. happy hunting, happy Stanley parabling, happy Elden ringing, whatever. I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye now.